Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, how do you do? I'm sick eating 200 grams of pawn crackers with no heating. Why do you know how many grams of crackers you're eating? That's what I need to know. That doesn't. Why? Why? Also, chat, did you guys see what Nick tweeted yesterday? What the heck was that all about, man? Why did he tweet this? He got C60 on Son. uh this guy has to know something about the Leo buffs that we don't know. He'd never say shit like this otherwise. All right, chat. During post release today, Klugi. Man.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
What did you Donawall him when he sent the Yehuda emote? Do you think I was online at midnight?
There's a lot that goes into managing an
I need to know what I can answer to
breathing,
this.
fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly, you have to keep the fruit.
How about a death threat? Anyways, chat, how are you doing today? Having a good day? Everyone other than Lud? Well, thank you. Well, I already know you're having a bad day, but I still want to know about the days of other people. Okay. That's me. So in other words, as long as I don't review your today, you'll keep glazing. All right, bet. Good to know. Good to know. All right, this account needs more books, right? We do. We are not nearly mooning enough.
You asked for it. The story has only just begun. Controlled breathing. It's justice o'clock. Time to roll. Hi.
Well, bro ran away. A big day today is a big day. It probably isn't, actually. I'm feeling a little drowsy.
The story has only just begun. Stop right there. Faster, stronger. Charge. Running late again.
He's dead, I believe. Okay, Durin? Durin? I shouldn't have believed. My bad. See, Malika could never. Malika would have hit that. Alright, that's all I'm saying. Inefa would hit that. Inefa would hit that too, you're right. Because she's not a fraud like Durin. Did you decide on getting Inefa? Still not sure yet.
Justice will prevail. A turning point in fate. On my.
But Durin is cuter than both of them. That's fucking cope, actually. What the hell? Have you seen him? Who do you think you're... Who do you... What? Who do you think you're fooling? You might be fooling yourself, actually.
Stop right there. Quick as a flash.
You know what? That actually makes sense.
Running late again.
You're probably just fooling yourself. Are you triple crowning Colomina? No. But I might get her to 9, 10, 10.
The story has only just begun. Start them. It's justice o'clock. Hero incoming. Running late again.
Crown the normals only. True. Alright. Top.
Add at. Thank you for
So many anecdotes.
Add astro.
Well, you have so many encounter points. I do, actually. Are you proud of me? I got all of those myself. It was me. I did that. Me. With talent and skill. Who are you choosing for the constellation? That's a good question. I'm kind of praying, hoping that they'll announce the next round of buffs before this is over. So I'm not gonna lock in my decision until right before we have to. But otherwise, maybe Albedo. Maybe not, honestly. Maybe I'll just get my Star Glitter from Kutsing.
My parents always say.
Or Stella
No
Fortuna,
matter
sorry.
how busy life gets. You should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I.
Alright. Let's go on the other accounts. Banner resin there as well. And after that, it might be time to record a video on Columbina. Or maybe we'll record one of the Ask Zajefs for Shilona and Arversa today. Perhaps. Anything but during post-release? Yup, you get it. Hmm. Where am I spending? Am I just doing fucking stupid ass ley lines again? I think I am. Man. Man.
Installation chamber. Burn it down. Light of the blazing sun. Full throttle.
Who cares about Durin? See, this is why I'm not doing the Durin post release. Cause like actually, who the fuck cares about Durin? Like you guys even agree with me?
Hey, not a bad haul.
Bro.
Defensive mode engaged. Flash attack!
Be silent. Observe. Nightfall.
You should get slime materials for those.
Close your
Thoughts? How many are we at now? We're getting close to enough, right? Wait, that's kind of enough, no? Yeah, that's enough, isn't it? We don't see. Have you tried fucking opening your eyes? Maybe you need some glasses. IT. Yeah. I'm actually doing IT for real, for real. Okay, I don't need to level anyone because I don't have enough characters for Visionary anyways. So I really don't need books at all. Yeah, there are things that I've been putting off for way too long. So I have this done. I don't have this yet. I need to get this done at some point. Like, I have these, but... yeah. Then, okay, I fixed this one, so that one's fine. I don't really need her talents. I have this. Yeah. How much? We only have 3 million more right now. We're gonna need more for sure. I also need to level up this. Am I leveling up this one or should I level up a different one? That's the question. Uh, why haven't I been using this actually? Oh well. I mean, I guess this one could be worth leveling, right? Is it? Who am I ever gonna want EM main stat on? Man, no, I think this is fine. I'll just finish leveling this one. No matter how ugly it looks. I'm not going for him on this account. Yeah. In that case, I guess I don't really need to do that right now. I could level this, I suppose, but meh. You know what? Yeah, no. So what's the next step for farming, then? Because if I look at the characters I have on this account that I'm planning on using long term.
Where did that come from?
What? Where?
Adventure team, assemble! Oh. Oh. Or not.
I just do every weekly boss. Maybe I could do that. Prepare for next IT. Maybe next IT is
Where did that come from?
the one we start doing visionary on. Next IT is Pyro, Hydro, Electro. I have a lot of characters with those elements, right? Pyro, Hydro, Electro.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Special Invitation has Cole, which I have. Opening character.
Or not.
has Maoika and Eon-san, which I have, but 4 that I don't.
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
Right? So this is -2, this is +1, so -1. Right?
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15. I have 17.
Ta-da!
I have exactly 22, yeah.
Fine.
If I level all of them. Hmm. But this is post Columbina, no? So I don't need to level everything. I don't. I have like 1 less I need to level. So I need to level 2 of them. So I guess I do need more books and more Mora. And yeah. Are you counting MC? I am not. Oh, I forgot about MC. So I actually only need to level 1, right? Because I have enough exactly already. -1 including MC, minus another one including Columbina. So I pretty much only need to level Mona. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll get Mona to 70, so that we can do Visionary on the next IT. Sethos is level 22. Oh yeah, my bad. You're right. He was up here because I had him in the thing. Right? Yeah. I already have this stuff farmed though, but these are gonna be annoying as hell. That's fine. You can level Cole too. I was including Cole. Shit, you're right. I have to level her. Maybe that's too annoying, actually. How many elixirs do you have? I don't know. 2. That's not a lot. Yeah, I think we'll just keep doing ley lines. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm not gonna sneeze. I lied. I'm the king of misinformation.
Cleanup sequence is... Go claw!
Observe. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark? Be silent. Night falls.
Oh, what's that chest doing there?
Goodness, how the world has changed. Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
You guys proud of me? I got the chest.
Engaged.
Observe. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
Yes. Thank you.
Accelerating. Clean up
Brigida, what do you
some
gotta get
machines.
against fucking plants, man? What do they do to you? Jesus Christ.
Observe.
Really? Hmm. Okay. Last ley line. What the fuck, man? Yeah, sure. Let's get this Sealy. Let's guide it home. Guiding wind.
Not to be sniffed at.
You guys might not actually know this because it's really well hidden in the lore, but there's actually 5 winds of Mondstadt, right? There's the there's the first wind, which is the Valen. Then there's the second wind, which is the wolf.
Look, a rainbow!
True.
Close your eyes. To dust.
Then there's the third wind, which is Varka. Then there's the fourth wind, which is the morning breeze when you go outside to walk your dog or get the newspaper or anything when you're not completely awake yet. And then there's the fifth wind, the hidden one, which is me. I am actually the fifth wind. So don't tell anyone. Please.
Add Thank you for
Can you do the wind sounds? But that's not going to be very productive at hiding that I'm the fifth wind. Is it? Maybe I do it. Maybe I'll do it once as a treat. There you go. Oh, I have 3 elixirs, not 2. Caught. Caught. All right, chat. Let's do our fucking bounties. How about that? Let's do our bounties. Invulnerable to Electro. Well, that's not good. Horror Fruit should be fine. Sumeru Roses, hopefully, is fine. And then Murder, I'm good at that. It's even right next to my other murder place.
Be silent. Night falls. Observe.
+1 murder. Plus $20,000. I'm a bit of a contract killer, actually. They call me Contract Conrad. And boy, are they scared of Contract Conrad. Contract Conrad's got a bit of a reputation around these parts, chat.
Everybody stand back. Let me weave you a verse. Wrath from the sky.
Was that 1 million? Did bro have reduced resistances to pyro or some shit? Huh. Another one done.
Try and stop me. Start the clock. Teamwork is dream. Rain outlines your fate. Pyroclastic surge.
And another one done. I was wrong.
Faster, stronger. Let's. I'm going in. No, my sword. Wrath from the sky.
And another one done. Oh. Wow. Immune to pyro. Okay. That's a bit annoying, but it's fine. It's fine.
My experiment will succeed. Insulation. Go claw! Absorption test.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Night falls.
And another one bites the dust. Stop edging us every time you jump and plunge at the last second. Either die or plunge at the start. But that's slower. Also, I'll edge you however much I want. Who are you to decide who can edge and who can't edge? You think you're a corner or something? You don't get to decide when the edge is over, okay? Oh! How do I get horror fruit? Fuck. That's not good, man. That's not good at all. Where are they, man? I can't find them. It just says found in the wild. Oh boy. That's not good. I guess we just run around then. Wrong fruit. That's a rose. That's apples. That's peaches. Do I really have to fucking open the interactive map just for fucking fruit? It's starting to look like that's the case, actually.
Defensive mode engaged.
Be silent.
I don't need some fucking stupid ass hydro element.
Be silent. Night falls. Goodness, how the world has changed. Might I
Goodness,
ask,
how
when
the
did
world has
custom of
changed.
placing treasure chests in every nook and
Okay,
cranny
that's too
come
many
into
words,
fashion?
man. Why couldn't Amir ask me for raw meat, man? I know how to get raw meat. Sumeru General Goods store sells them? My fucking goat. Wait, there's a general goods store in Sumeru? Where is it? That's not. Next to the anvil spot? Hmm? Oh. Why is it not showing up on the map? That's so dumb. Hamawi. Oh my god. $215 for fucking fruit? This is a scam! Jesus Christ. I'll remember you. I already forgot his name. Okay, I think he's safe, I guess. uh, it's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, right? I paid 2,000 Mora. 2,150 Mora. And I'm getting 20,000 Mora out of it. So, like, it's still a profitable endeavor. Yeah. I feel like I did not go about this the right way. Bro, where what? Where the fuck? Oh, it's in here. It's all Nilo's fault, honestly. Can I get a frick Nilo in the chat, please and thank you? No. Oh, we got one. We got two. Frick Nilu and Zajef. Okay, well that's fair, I suppose. I'll take that. That's fine. I wonder which NPC has received the most plunge attacks. The Weasel or this guy? Because like, is there anyone who gets here without doing a plunge attack? Me? Mods, I don't want liars in my chat. Dirty little liars have no place here. Unacceptable behavior, actually. Okay. What is this, man? I actually I need to know what happened. Yeah. This is toxic Yaoi. You guys get it. Cause like Xiao will never be good enough for him. He'll keep trying to improve him. Make him fit to his standards. After Versa. True. Veresa's number one. Oh shit, VOD watchers, you're right. My bad.
There was only a bit of hatred because the Zajef likes her. That's number one, and because she brought Long Night's Oath, which is an atrocity. That's number two.
He's just a bitter old man.
It's not her. Oh, and a bit of agenda posting where Mawika does a lot of carrying. But it wasn't her fault at all. Why me? You said you would press a button to delete her? Okay. If an innocent bystander was standing in front of on a trolley in front of a train track and the train was coming, okay? And you had to pull a lever. It was gonna hit 16 of your family members, one of which is your beautiful and favorite I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but Adeptus Shao, okay? Train's coming to hit them all. Do you pull the lever that it switches to the innocent bystander, or do you let the 16 people that you love die? Me personally, I pulled the lever. It hit Veresa, no disrespect. You did nothing wrong. It was not your fault.
Veresa wasn't on the tracks. What? I'm confused. How many tracks are there here?
It was for Shao. What are you talking about? It's called Schrodinger's problem. Look it up. Dude, Schrodinger was kind of fucked up, bro. He said he stipulated that if there's a cat in a box, okay, and you sit on it and you don't know, oh shit, there's a cat in that box, and you don't know if the cat's alive or dead, you have to make sure the cat's dead so you can be sure of an outcome. Because think about it, if the cat's alive, you don't know until you open the box. So the only way to be sure that the cat's either alive or dead, the only way you can have a for sure answer is if you like shoot the box. But you shouldn't do that. That's fucked up, and I can't believe he said that.
That's true, actually. Because if you just like remove the box, the cat, like, how do you know the cat didn't just die and then come back to life? You don't. You don't know what happened inside that box.
So, if anything, make sure the cat's okay. Why would Schrodinger say that, bro? He was the original RBer, bro. That's a 50-50 loss. Wait, okay, no bullshit though. We were on the way back home because we went to see family for Christmas today, and it was like the middle of it. It was like 10 p.m. I got home late, bro. Driving. A deer literally jumped into the fucking road like last second. We fucking swerved to the other lane to not hit the deer. The deer lived, bro. We didn't hit the deer, but holy fuck, that deer tried to die. So Rudolph is saved. You're welcome. It was Lauma. Schrodinger made the thought experiment to show how ridiculous quantum mechanics are, and it's not interpreted as quantum mechanics 101 among regular people, lol. Yeah, this is why no one talks to physics majors. No, I was RBing. Schrodinger's my homie, bro. Me and Schrodinger, we go way back. I'm sorry about his cat or not, bro. We go way back. All right, we go way
That's a good one.
back. Physics catching a stray. All right, why am I only getting fucking finale pieces, bro? Do not PMO. Like, literally, how could anyone dislike Veresa, bro? Look at her. You think there's any thoughts in her head, bro? Fraud. I don't like her. I just like the crime she committed. You think there's any thoughts in her head, bro? Fraud. I don't like her. I just like the crime she committed. It wasn't even her fault. Like, she just acted.
I don't know if I've used Big Burst enough times to have heard all of the voice lines that happen when you do it.
Accidentally made a crime. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Here's a new set for Shao. Whoopsie. We support women's wrongs. I was gonna say you misspelled wrongs, but I can't read. That's how you spell wrongs. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why'd I think wrong had no W? What? Wait, I'm cooked right now. Oh, wait. You guys want to know what I learned how to do? Look at what I learned how to do. I learned how to send redacted messages. 6 to 7. I'm sorry. Okay. Scammer. Wait, what was I gonna do? Run the ad, bro. Bro, I don't have an ad to run.
Even
you
the
can't
10
run
gifted
an ad until an hour of the stream has passed. It's been 4 minutes. I literally can't, even if I wanted to. Make up an ad. Are you feeling lonely? Empty. Meaningless. Well, thankfully, I have the solution for you. Do you want a purpose in life? something to do, a reason to wake up, a reason to keep going. Might I introduce you? Then Vermilion Hereafter is right for you. With the new domain released in the Chasm of Genshin Impact, you can farm Vermilion Hereafter and Echoes of an Offering. These two artifact sets provide you with 18% attack on their 2-piece, making them great for many different characters. Echoes of an Offering is also best in slot on many great DPSs, or at least a viable option on many great ones, such as Clorind, Ayato, who are both Razor, who are all at the top of the meta. Vermilion Hereafter is also a viable artifact set, not only as a 2-piece on almost any attack scaler, but also as a 4-piece on burst, certain characters whose HP drains and also use their burst DPS, like Xiao, like Linny, like Ga Ming. And, you know, everyone loves it. Ask your doctor if Vermilion is right for you. Dude, you think? Okay, no Suska. We're probably getting a new Nodcry area next patch, right? Because I feel like, dude, I know I didn't explore everything. I'm only 100 here. I actually should do these in a stream, but kind of hype for more, bro. Also, okay, I did see a one guy. It only had like 2 likes. So I'm not going to get stun locked, but I'm going to use this as a way to talk about something I want to talk about. They were like, people glazed Nylon exploration, but you needed 5-star characters to do anything. No, bro. Have you tried hopping in a fucking Saurian? All I'm gonna say is the fucking Kuhenki in Nodcry, no disrespect, doesn't feel as fluid as even the worst Saurian from Natlan. I'm sorry. Now, yes,
Okay. I'm gonna be honest. That's something that only someone who has Versa would say. Because the fucking stupid ass Tatankasaur, man. Holy shit. That was so ass. Like, the Tatankasaur was not it, man. That was not it, man.
characters, the 5 stars especially, but even some of the 4 stars like Aoife, had much better exploration mechanics than Nodcry, 100%. And I think some Nodcry characters should have a bit more explorationism. But even just the area mechanics were like very fluid. Some were annoying, but a lot more fluid. The Shilonen, okay, the Shilonen, to be fair, the Shilonen was a lot better than the Orange Saurian. But
he doesn't even know their names.
Oh, dude,
what a fucking loser. How mean is that? He didn't even learn their names. Imagine showing up to a family gathering and calling your nephew like, oh yeah, that one young child. Learn their names, man.
I was debating getting Venti's bow and then the banner changed. But now I want
I'm gonna sneeze.
6 Yansan, but I pulling for a 4-star is low-key crazy. If insanity.
What's the blue one's name? Kahulasaurus. The orange one he was talking about is the Tapetlosaur. The green one is the Yumkasaur. The red one is the Kukasaur. Obviously, the purple one is the Tatankasaur. And then, which one am I missing? The light blue one is the Ictomasaur. Or the bat, yeah. We will accept the bat, actually.
Why are you my remedy? Which banner do I even go for, bro? Veressa or Shilonen? I guess Veressa. Veressa, let's make a deal. If I get Yansan in one temple, I will speak only praise of you. I will uplift you, and I will, you know what? I'll say it. If I get Yansan in a temple, I'll call you better than Xiao. A deal's a deal. I'm a man of my word, if nothing else. If I'm nothing else, I'm a man of my word. Varessa, please don't come home, but let your friend Jansan, your coach, come home in your stead. 4-star, please, not 5. Listen, I didn't mean what I said. It was an exaggeration. It was an exaggeration. Tweet it. No, I didn't say I would tweet it, bro. I did not say I would tweet it. Thank you, Varessa. You are great. You are beautiful. This is a big favor you did to me, and I really appreciate it. Should I write it down, bro? Should I tweet it, bro? As much as it pains me to admit it, I must call a spade a spade. Varessa, a pink cow, is stronger. Please, not right now. Type the right word, better. No, but better is like worse than stronger, you know? Is better. Librarian What the fuck is this? Varessa, a pink cow, is better than... I don't want to live with the consequences, bro. Okay, but what if there's context? I said I would say it. I said I would say it, but there's context. Is better than X. I have an idea. Fuck, bro.
Technically, you never said you'd say it on
an Adeptus and Vigilant Yaksha. No, that's I'm scamming. I can't. I guess he's the Vigilant Yaksha, not a Vigilant Yaksha. Imagine Zajef waking up to this. That guy's probably playing Slay the Spire right now. As much as it pains me to admit it, I must call a spade a spade. Varessa,
Caught. Actually caught. He's probably. I think he's right. I think when he tweeted this, I was playing modded Slay the Spire. I was playing Yoimiya in Slay the Spire. Oh.
A pink cow is better than Shao, an Adeptus, and the Vigilant Yaksha. This is something that I
put better than X so it looks like you got taken out back mid-sentence steal.
is better than X, and then no, that's the coward posting. That's coward posting. Better than Shia, an Adeptus, and the Vigilant Yaksha. This is something that I commend.
Was Slay the Spire Yoimiya stronger than the Genshin one? Yeah, she was a little broken. Mods tend to have really boring characters that are just too strong. Not fair, all mods are broken. I mean, not all mods. But most mods. Yeah.
Queen Varessa for. However, I do hope it changes in the near future. Shao deserves Viao. Shao deserves I want to say a Constellation rework, you know what I'm saying? But maybe that's too, like, Shao deserves more luxury. Shao deserves more. Thanks for reading. I feel like I need an outro to this fucking essay, bro. Shao deserves more. Love. Z. Okay, now that happened, I was not sober when I tweeted that. I am not the same person. I don't agree with saying that. Shao is still the best. But look, bro, look, Varessa's very strong. She's great. You don't have to put her down to uplift someone else. Is she in a better place meta-wise than Shao? Yes. If you ask me, yo, Big Z, I need it.
True. I'm glad we're on the same page. What do we do next, chat? We're not doing IT. I don't want to do IT. Yeah, no. Yeah, we somehow managed to fucking do the promised Undertale stream from the charity stream before Nick told me what to tweet. Somehow. Literally all he has to do is, hey, Zajef, tweet this. Does Slay the Spire have depth to it? I have this impression that it's a very simple and straightforward game with little to no innovation or advanced tactics. Well, I have like 1,500 hours in the game, and I keep learning new things. Thank you, Insane Mash. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you for the really kind chat. Chat, today I want you to, instead of saying paid chatter to the nice message, to instead use a kind and nice emote. Like Glad. Or Dancy even. I'll accept a Dancy. No, I will not be accepting Pregario. No, that was not, no. No. Stop that. Just use Empreg like a man. This is the toxic masculinity you've heard about, chat. Only in stories before, but now you get to see it in real life. My partner got me a Malika keychain for Christmas. Should I break up with them? I'm an Arlecchino main, by the way. That's pretty funny. Honestly, though, like, I feel like dating someone and like for Christmas receiving merch of a character you hate in a game you love has to be like actually a good gift. Like that's actually a good gift. No, like in my opinion, that's a good gift. Your partner has my seal of approval. Do you have new Monho Slop recommendations? Actually, yeah. I read something last night that I kind of enjoyed. It's Demon King Dad and Hero Daughter. Something like that. It was pretty fun. That's not slop. It's great. I mean, slop can be great, but that doesn't turn it into not slop. It's very... I guess I don't... Maybe it's not slop, actually. Is such a funny emote. It is a pretty good one, yeah. What's the plot? Demon King adopts a human to try to understand why humans protect their children. And he becomes a very doting dad who and his daughter doesn't know he's a Demon King. And her dream is to become a hero. And so she shenanigans ensue. Yeah, and kill the Demon King. Yeah. Like, yeah. Awkward a little bit. Sounds like a wholesome story. It's pretty wholesome so far. Yeah. All right, chat. Have you read Love Advice from the Great Duke of Hell? I have not. Is that good? Love Advice from the Great Duke of Hell. Huh. That looks interesting, actually. How many episodes are there? Anyway, chat. I think we do a Varessa Ask Zajef today. What do you guys think? Too late, I already got her. Dude. Posts. Let me go make a community post. Okay. So, hello, beautiful people. I'll be recording the Ask Zajef Varessa today. So come over on stream with any of your questions. Or come over to the stream, I guess. Update for the Durin post release. I'm feeling much better, but since the banner is already gone, I'll be pushing that video back until I've taken care of the other time sensitive videos that like Ask Zajefs and potentially Columbina pre-release. Honestly, I'll just fucking put the link in the post itself, because I feel like it doesn't actually change anything. Why big day? Every day is a big day when it's a day you spend with me. True. Alright, chat. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To the Ask Zajef Varesa edition. I feel like I've been kind of not very consistent with releasing Ask Zajefs in the past few months, in the past few patches. So I'll try to be doing them more consistently, right? Originally, Ask Zajef was supposed to be like a series of video that I post every time a character gets a rerun. At least like the character specific ones. Every time a character gets a rerun so that we can have like recent and updated thoughts on YouTube about the character, because obviously my thoughts sometimes change over time, and for people who don't watch the streams, well, they might be missing out on some of the most up-to-date stuff. And if you're getting your information about my thoughts from clip channels, there's always going to be a certain amount of of rage baiting going on. Right, like stuff that goes onto the YouTube channel is curated to filter out jokes a little more. And it's not that there's not going to be jokes, it's that it's going to be clear that the jokes are jokes. It might be less clear in just on stream, right? But I've been too absorbed in theory crafting the leak stuff in the past little bit. And so I've kind of neglected recording Ask Zajefs. There's a bunch of characters who didn't get actual Ask Zajefs for their reruns. So I want to apologize for that. And I'm planning on actually taking care of that a lot more going forward. So anyways, Ask Zajef Varesa. I'm sure everyone who's watching a video of mine for what is not the first time already knows that I like Varesa a lot. But I think a lot of people are kind of mistaken as to why. I don't think Varesa is all that strong. And I don't think Varesa is or has a particularly interesting kit or a particularly interesting character. The reason I like Varesa is just because I think she's fun to play. That's really the only actual factor. The fact that she's strong enough not to feel awful and not to make me feel like I'm actively hurting myself by playing her obviously is helping. Otherwise, I probably would have spent a lot more time playing characters like Freminet. But as long as the character reaches that certain level of, like, good enough, the most important aspect for me is just how fun they are to play, and I like her gameplay a lot. But the thing about gameplay is that people are gonna like different things when it comes to gameplay. And so fun gameplay isn't really an objective statement. Even people who focus more about the gameplay might be bored by Varesa's playstyle. Anyways, as usual for the Ask Zajef stuff, right? We start by quickly going over... Oh my, okay. You know what? Before that, let's get this shit out of the way, okay? This is my advice if you're gonna be playing Varesa a lot, okay? Advice number 1. This slider should be here. Because her idle voice lines are so long. They're so long. Like if you're a Nevinet player, you'll understand. Anyways, as I was attempting to say before she so rudely interrupted me, as usual for the Ask Zajef, we start by going over just the how strong the character are, their place in the meta is, their pull value, and what's changed since their last rerun. So, a lot has changed since Veresa's last rerun. And yet, very little has changed. When Veresa came out, she came out with Eon-san, and Eon-san was a buff to Maoika's teams. A lot of people still preferred using Shilonen. Shilonen gets you your first burst more consistently in Siege and Onslaught. Shilonen setups aren't as much of a pain in the ass. You don't get punished as much for things going wrong because Shilonen doesn't need energy herself. But just in terms of output, Eon-san is better. And so, when Veresa came out, the support she came with that was supposed to be used with her team, Eon-san's best team wasn't even Veresa. Right? Eon-san's best team was Maoika. On her release, Veresa's damage, right, needed to be compared to what was the other stuff that was good at the time. Which was, well, Maoika, right? This was pre-Skirk release, so Maoika was kind of just above everyone else. Veresa wasn't that far behind, and when you use what we know now about Veresa, when you use the optimized combos that we know now, actually Veresa's teams were pretty similar in power to Maoika's teams, but that's assuming you were using Veresa with Maoika and doing a bunch of spinning on Maoika. So let me explain what I mean by that. Veresa's base gameplay loop is fairly simple. There's a lot of steps, but the actual execution is very, very straightforward, right? You spam your E whenever you have it, and then you just use the plunge that you get from your E, right? So you use your E. It lets you get a charge attack without having to hold it. And then you plunge. Right? And you just repeat that, basically. You're generally supposed to open your first setup with a skill so that your first uptime starts with her Fiery Passion state. Right? This thing. Right? Then you do your setup. Very cool. Whatever. Use your other abilities. I don't want to do too much damage, so I'm not going to do it. And then you swap back to Veresa. And you just basically just spam your abilities until you don't have any E's to use anymore. And then what? Well, Veresa, unlike a character like, I don't know, Skirk, Glines, Hu Tao, Yoimiya, whatever. She's not specifically reliant on having a state or a buff active to do her damage. Yes, her E allows her to get her plunge attack faster like this. But she can still do a plunge attack just by spamming her charge attack. What that means is that when she runs out of skills to use, she's not necessarily out of gas. She still has things she can do. What early Veresa rotations did is they just used that time to, they did the setup, right? Very cool. Swap to other characters, use your abilities, whatever. Very cool, fun, wild pog. Swap back to Veresa. use 5 skills, because you get the 2 skills just from her skill having 2 charges, and the 3 skills from her Fiery Passion. And then you do 2 charge attacks. Oops. So that the state you are in when you end your rotation is the state same as the state when you start your first rotation, right? Because on the first rotation, you use that extra E as part of your setup here. Right? Like, I've used an E, which means that when I swap to Versa for the first time, for the first uptime, after my setup is over, I have Fiery Passion, and I get that extra skill that doesn't use up a cooldown. Or that doesn't use up a charge. So I can do 5 instead of 4. And if I were to end things here, and then go do my setup again, when I swap back to Versa, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll only have 4 instead of 5. That's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a bunch of things you can do. But only doing 4 plunge attacks does not take that much time. Alright, look at the timer. Let's start at 9 minutes and 5 seconds. Right? We get to swap out like 7 to 8 seconds later. Generally, if you swap 7 to 8 seconds after swapping in, your supports are still on a cooldown. And so you have extra time you need to fill. There's a few different ways that you can fill that extra time. And one of those, like I mentioned earlier, is doing those extra just normal charge attacks without the skill. But another thing that you can do is accept 4 plunges on Versa and use that extra time on someone else. Because the extra time, if you spend it on Versa, is not as efficient as the initial time. Once you run out of skills, you can still do damage, but the DPS is lower. And so, with time, with optimization of rotations in this team, people realize that the best way to go about things... I forgot to use the fucking Eonson burst, because I'm an idiot. As you can see here, with 4 plunges and a little bit of time spending on Maoika, we end up having all of our buff uptime work properly, finishing in the same state as we started, and things just work out pretty well. With the discovery of the optimized Maoika combos that came from the pre-buffered bullshit with Maoika, where you sometimes input your dash you input your charge attack before you even dash instead of after. That time spent on Maoika can now also be much stronger, which allows this specific team to be a pretty decent amount above the other Versa teams that were available on her release. This is something I didn't talk about when she came out, because I didn't know about the combos you could do on Maoika that were that much better than just normal stuff. I think I mentioned the ability to spend more time on Maoika, but not knowing about those optimized combos, I didn't think it was really that worthwhile. I think what I was recommending at the time was alternating a 5 plunge rotation and a 6 plunge rotation with 2 charge attacks, where with the 5 plunge rotation, you spent a little bit of time on Mawika. Anyways, if it wasn't for the optimization on Mawika combos and rotations here, Mawika wasn't that far ahead of the other pyro options for Veressa. She was a little bit ahead, but it wasn't a particularly big difference. But with that optimization, she did become a good amount better. And honestly, if I realized that optimization was available back then, instead of realizing it, you know, a good amount later, I probably would have perceived Skirk a lot less positively. Because I think that, honestly, it's very similar. Anyways, that's not the only thing that changed about Veressa since her last banner. Obviously, Durin came out. And Durin, unlike Mawika, doesn't have, you know, relevant time he can spend on field. But instead, the buff he gives is better. And he does his job as an off-fielder better. And so with Durin, the Mawika optimization on rotations kind of doesn't necessarily matter anymore. Because if you're using Durin, you can get results that are similar to, if not better than, the results that you'll see with the Mawika optimized rotations, without having to learn the optimized Mawika combos. Right? Because with Durin, you now have a, like, there. Right, when you add those 2 charge attacks like this, you end up with a rotation that's about 19 seconds. Where you have full uptime on your buffs. And your buffs expire after you're done with your last manual charge attack into plunge attack. Anyways, these rotations, because they don't require the optimization on Mawika combos, are mechanically a lot easier to do. And it means that Veressa has access to teams that are as strong, if not stronger, than the ones that she had with Mawika, while also being as brain dead easy to play as her normal teams. Does that make Veressa noticeably stronger, though? I don't think so. I honestly still think that one of Veressa's biggest upsides and advantages is how kind of self-contained she is. Right? Just like her initial banner, her rerun has the 2 characters that have relevant constellations on her best team, Eon Sun and Shavars. Which means that someone who's a fairly new player will have access to an acceptable team, even if they don't get constellations on those characters, just from going on that banner. And if it's someone who particularly likes Veressa, they can try to go for constellations on Veressa, while also effectively unlocking the premium team through getting the constellations on these 2 characters, right? People talk about how 4-star character or 4-star constellations are harder to get than 5-star characters. But the thing that sometimes gets overlooked is that if the 4-star constellations are on a 5-star character banner that you want to get, their cost is effectively negated They become a byproduct of what you're doing, not something you have to go out of your way to get. All right. Which matters a lot when the characters are a good support for the banner character. So if you're looking at comparisons, right, people talk about the cost system a lot, and the cost system has its downsides and its upsides. Any comparison system will, right? As long as there's as long as there's a certain randomized element in obtaining characters, there's never going to be a perfect comparison system. Within the cost system, characters like Vrissa can actually end up being favored from the fact that, you know, those characters are on the banner, right? If you want a 3-cost Vrissa team, you can go for C2 Vrissa as a new player, and it's not unreasonable to obtain C6 Yansan and C6 Shillers on the way there. Not guaranteed though, so obviously, like, we'll talk more about banner and RNG bullshit later on, but I wanted to quickly mention that. I still think that that's one of Varissa's strengths, right? The fact that she's a fairly self-contained unit that you can kind of just decide to get on a whim, where you don't need to kind of plan ahead, unlike a lot of the other stuff that's come out lately, right? Like, if you don't look at leaks, you learn about Skirk's existence when they announce her in the live stream, and you didn't pull for the characters that were good with Skirk ahead of time, you should not get Skirk, right? That shit is not a good idea. Because very often they prepare these characters by releasing the characters that work with them before them, because they want the character to feel strong on release. But then if you don't get those characters, these characters tend to feel underwhelming, right? Same thing with Flens, same thing with Nefer. Because Varessa doesn't have that dedicated support like that, she's a lot more approachable for people that aren't planning their pulls ahead of time and thinking too much about what they're going to go for. But that doesn't mean she's necessarily a great pull. If you are going to be planning ahead of time, there are going to be characters that outperform Varissa. I think that the main upsides for Varessa are, one, right, how relatively approachable she is because her good supports are on her banner, and you don't need another specific 5-star to make her work. And how easy her gameplay can be. Right? I've gone out of my way a lot more lately to, like, try to put myself in the shoes of people who are less, I don't want to say less good, because I'm not that good, but, like, less, who don't spend as much time on Genshin as I do. And, you know, I've realized that there's a lot of characters, yeah, less sweaty, sure, let's call it that. There's a lot of characters that, while strong, tend to have a lot of their power locked behind specific mechanics that more casual players will often overlook or make mistakes with. That's actually why my thoughts on Maoika have actually gotten a lot harsher lately. And I actually don't think Maoika is a character I would necessarily recommend to a new player anymore. Because with the power creep we've been getting lately, it's not like Maoika is that far ahead of the rest anymore. And I do think that she is kind of more intimidating and harder to get good results with. Right? Especially considering how straightforward the gameplay of the characters we've been getting lately have been. Right? Varessa isn't the only one. Varessa has very straightforward gameplay, but so does Skirk, so does Flynn's. In any case, that relative ease of use that Varessa has is definitely something she has going for her. Along with, the fact that her banner is fairly self-contained. The biggest downside that she has is that, just in terms of power, she's just not on the same level as those other recent characters. Right? She's not quite on the same level as Maoika, Skirk, and then post Columbina release Flynn's Nefer. She's not that far behind. And when you're using the cost system, she tends to compare relatively favorably because Nefer and Flynn's teams require multiple 5 stars to be that good. But, like I said earlier, the cost system isn't everything. Anyways, all of this to say, Varissa's place in the meta, obviously for this stage in Onslaught, she's really fucking good, and same for this Abyss, right? She is currently getting shilled. Do not let that fool you. While Varissa is a good character, she isn't supposed to feel that good. Also keep in mind, whenever you see footage of me playing Varissa specifically, I have her C1 that I got as a pseudo accident on the way to get C60 on Sun. I have Lost Prayers, which doesn't actually matter that much because it's not that good of a weapon on her. It's like slightly better than Witsith. But I also have a level 95 Varissa that's like, you used to be top 1. Isn't top 1 anymore. But it's still probably top 0.01%. So when you're specifically looking at footage of me playing Varissa, keep in mind you're probably not going to see those numbers, right? I have a fucking cracked Varissa. Varissa is the best build character on my account, by far. In any case, I think that right now Varissa's pull value is relatively low. I think the fact that she has relatively self-contained teams and tends to work in most Stygian onslaughts is nice and it's somewhat appealing. It's not going to be as appealing as the shiny new stuff, especially with the power creep going on and the shilling going on for that shiny new stuff. But at the end of the day, you need more than one team. You need 3 teams, and having access to teams that require less 5 stars to build can be valuable. I think Verissa is one of the best examples of a character that is not something I would ever think is necessary on an account, but that I would also almost always think is somewhat helpful. She's basically the textbook definition of a skippable but not bad character, right? Her pull value is relatively high, but very, very low importance. She's one of the many options that you have. In any case, I think that's it for the overall place in the meta, power level changes since the last banner. So I think it's time to start taking questions from chat. So as usual, for those of you watching on Twitch and not on YouTube, remember to tag me in your messages so I know what's a question for the Ask Zajef and what's not. And yeah, leave your questions here. How reliant is she on C6 Eon-san and or Chavez? Obviously, that's a question a lot of people are going to have. I think the best way to think about it is if you have C0 Eon-san and C0 Chavez, she's missing out on a good amount. And she's a fairly forgettable character. If you have C6 on either of them, I'd say that you're honestly mostly fine. If you have C2 Eon-san, C0 Chavez, she's okay. Not amazing, not terrible. One nice thing with Durin's release is that you're a bit less reliant on Shavar's constellations. Because you can just straight up use someone other than Shavar's when you're using Durin. You can put Maoika here. You can even put Bennett here. Yeah, you could also put Xianyun or Shilonen, really. Since you don't have the requirement that Shavar's has anymore. I'd say that one of the biggest upsides of Durin for Verissa isn't necessarily how much stronger he makes her teams. It's how much less reliant on Shavar's he makes her teams, and how much that does for people who don't have Shavar's constellations. Anyways, next question. How do you think her best team will change and keep up with the meta? That's a good question. I think that it's very, very up in the air. This is something I've talked about a little bit on stream, but I don't think this conversation has ever made it to YouTube. But Chevaliers is kind of a broken unit. The reason why Overload is Veresa's best archetype has nothing to do with the Overload reaction. It has nothing to do with Veresa's kit having any sort of synergy with Overload. And it's not like Veresa's kit has that much synergy with Pyro as a whole either. Sure, Pyro characters tend to focus more on buffing attack, but I mean, fuck, Cryo characters tend to focus on buffing crit, and crit is better than attack. So, like, really, what the fuck does that mean? Right? The reason why Veresa's best archetype is Overload is straight up because of Chevaliers. Chevaliers warps team building by just offering so many buffs that it's worth playing an archetype that has no synergy just to unlock her passives. Now, a year ago, that was very, very valuable. Today, still, it's very valuable. But we have worrying signs. Right? Having looked at Columbina's numbers and the balance of the lunar stuff now, it's pretty clear that the sort of DPS that we got with Maoika was not really... It wasn't really anything to do with... or it wasn't supposed to be an outlier, it was supposed to be a precedent. And the lunar teams seem to be following that precedent. The thing is, if we get another support later on that is following that precedent of just being that strong, that can be used with electro carries in archetypes other than overloads, it could very well warp the team building. If we get a cryo character that just says exactly what Chevalier says, but gives crit damage instead of attack, I mean, fuck, her best team might be Superconduct now. Because again, it's not like the overload reaction itself does anything. It doesn't. It's actively harmful, because Veresa is a character that has relatively decent AoE, but where the AoE isn't the biggest. So, overload ungroups enemies and makes things a little annoying. That's why, if you watch my dire clear with Veresa, where I brought Veresa to clear all 3 dire bosses, back in the Siegen Onslaught that had the Fatui like Electro Shield guy and the Crab and the Blight Drake, I was using an Electro Charge team there. Not because it's that great of a team, just because the synergy with Overload isn't really meaningful for Veresa. Anyways, all of that to say, it's really difficult to predict how Veresa's teams will evolve going forward, because she is not attached to pretty much anything in her teams. The only thing she's attached to is Eon-san, I would say, because Eon-san buffs her stats a lot, gives her Electro Resonance, gives her a good amount of particles, and has cooldowns that line up well with her rotations. So I don't see Eon-san getting knocked out of her teams anytime soon. Obviously, you might have alternatives, like using Fischl with Durin, but I think that's a very specific thing. I think that Veresa's best team will keep including Eon-san for a pretty long time, but I could very easily see Chevreuse and the other Pyro slot, obviously, potentially, getting replaced eventually. And this is one of the biggest reasons why I'm kind of not sure how to talk about Chevreuse nowadays. Because it's like, I think that right now she is one of the strongest and most meta-warping characters. But I also think that she's one of the strong characters whose place in the meta is the most precarious. Anyways, I don't really expect Verissa to get major upscales for a while, honestly. I think that if they were intending on giving Verissa a major upscale, they probably would have held off on the Verissa rerun. And like if say, I don't know, who's a character that we suspect is coming at some point that is probably not Lunar, that we have like no clue what they do. Like Nicole, I guess. Right, like say Nicole is a fucking plunge buffer or whatever. I would expect that they would have put the Verissa rerun with or one banner after Nicole, right? So I don't really expect a major Verissa upscale in the near future. But I do think that she's one of those characters that very much is a potential recipient for new teams in the future. Because, like I said, she doesn't actually have synergy with Overload. Chivalrous is just good. Next question. What do you think about Inefa, Colombina, Verissa? I think that's stupid. The reality is that Inefa, Colombina is not balanced. You can play a 3-unit team with Inefa, Colombina, Sucrose, and Hydro Mannequin you never swap to just so that you get Hydro Resonance. And it's already like 110k DPS. It's if you're playing Verissa with those, you're not playing Verissa. Verissa's a cosmetic on-fielder. She is one of your possible cosmetic on-fielders for your Inefa Colombina core. But, like, it's not good. Shannon fits that team. She doesn't. Like, that's the thing. You would expect Shannon to fit that team. Ooh, we're getting another, like, alternative to the, like, Overload or the Electrocharge core. But, like, it doesn't. Ask me again in a minute. Eonson is still better. But anyways, what was I saying? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? What was I saying, chat? What was I saying? Right, it was the cosmetic on-fielder. Right, Shannon, yeah. Shannon doesn't actually do anything for Inefa and Colombina. She only does something for Verissa. But because Inefa and Colombina's purpose in the team isn't really to do something for Verissa, it's to do damage, you end up with two different sources of damage that don't necessarily scale with the same buffs. So focusing on either of them won't feel great. Right? Because no matter which one you focus on, the other part isn't benefiting from them. That's why the synergy isn't that great, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess then, and I feel like I'm going to be talking about this a lot in the next few weeks, but we kind of have to talk about Colombina if we're going to be talking about any sort of meta-related stuff. I don't think Colombina is that unbalanced of a character. But I also think she is. So, what I mean by that is Inefa and Llama were balanced around how awful Aino is. And with Colombina being a not awful character that has the same role as Aino, Llama and Inefa become effectively just fucking broken. And the meta is gonna... yeah. Things are looking a little painful going forward for people who don't like the Lunar stuff, the Nogkai characters. Um, it's more so the boss lineup is insane. Even without looking at the boss lineup. Like, just looking at fucking DPS calcs for Columbina plus either Llama or Inefa, it's fucked up. Like, what do you mean? Columbina Llama plus 2 4-stars and Columbina Inefa plus 2 4-stars without the dedicated carries is already better than, like, everything that came out in Natlan except Mawika. And yeah, obviously, the fact that it's Lunar Shield on top of that is kind of crazy. But things are just, yeah. On release, Llama was kind of balanced by her inability to use her burst all that well, because the only Lunar Bloom character, well, when she came out there was none, but Nefer was obviously designed with Llama in mind, right? Nefer can only really use 18 of her quills, so you kind of capped at half of her potential value. With Columbina, you can use all of them, and that's kind of just making Llama too too good. Um, but yeah, and like bringing this back to Varessa and pull value, I think one of the biggest issues with going for Varessa right now is I don't think you should, if you care about meta at all, bring yourself down to below the amount of primos that is necessary to get one of the non-cry supports plus Columbina. Right? If you don't already have Inefa or Llama, you should save enough primos to get one of those and Columbina. I think that's... I mean, it's not a necessary thing, obviously, because you'll always be able to get clears without the shill stuff, but it'll make your life a lot easier. That being said, I think that, again, right, bringing it back to Varessa, getting the carry for those Nogcry teams is pretty much irrelevant unless you're trying to do Dire. Because the carries are so much weaker than the supports in those Nogcry teams, right? That you're already getting more than enough damage to pass most of the DPS checks with Inefa plus Columbina or Llama plus Columbina without needing Nefer or Flins. And I actually think that getting a character like Versa to make an additional team can often be better than getting the dedicated carry to make your already strong team a little bit stronger. One thing that you can think about is doing something like getting Llama Columbina for one of your teams and Inefa Flins for another, right? And not use Columbina in one of those. But the Bloom teams are quite behind. Are they? Do the Llama Quills not being used as effectively as they could? What are you talking about? It's like 110 versus 150. I was getting more than 110 in my calcs. But also, even if it was 110, 110 is fucking more than enough. 110 for the shield stuff is like so much more than enough. Crustle, were you doing Sky Columbina? Because I think it's pretty important to do Sky Columbina when you're doing those teams. Or one, no, it's a. Nefer is kind of a fraud. You'd probably be better off getting Llama's Sig. No, but you would probably be better off getting Columbina's Sig for that team. Columbina's Sig is like actually pretty fucking good in the Columbina carry with Llama team. Oh, we looked at Nilo. Yeah, Nilo's not that great. Like, it's not bad, but it's not great either. I assume Hyperloom is similar. If you wanna see where it's really at, you gotta look at Colomina Llama Yahoda Sucrose. Bloom without Nilo is where it's at. It sounds so dumb, but it's pretty good. Anyways, we're getting sidetracked, editor. You don't have to include most of this. Next question. Right, because like we will be talking about Columbina a lot, but this video is supposed to be about Versa. How do I optimize my Versa combos when I have a source that lets me plunge without skill like this Siege and Onslaught? Oh, that's a good question. We can talk about that. So obviously, let me just put Chevreuse just for the healing. The biggest issue that I mentioned earlier of running out of gas when you're just doing, or after you run out of skills, that's because the charge attack is really slow. And if you don't have to do the charge attack, if you just get to jump high, then, well, obviously, that downside gets mitigated, right? So, you'll do your normal 5 skills here. And then once you've run out, you just jump normally. Generally, you'll have time to do an... It depends on the team, depends on your animation times. Anywhere between an extra enhanced skill and that's it, to an extra enhanced skill plus where's Durin? An extra enhanced skill plus 2 extra plunges. Right? A good way of keeping track of when you should swap out is to look at Eonsan under her health bar, because you get to see whether her buff is active or not based on her Night Soul. Oops. What the fuck am I doing? Okay, what the hell was that? Sorry. And you should generally just stay on field on Versa until that's over. Without Eon's on C6, obviously, that takes a little bit less time. So, generally, with Eon's without, or that, there, without the C6 on Eon's you will end up swapping out after the Eon's buff expires instead of as it expires. Alright, but here, it's expiring now, basically, so that's when I should swap out. Can't even show 2 full rotations here. Oh, where? Guess I should have showed this in Dire. These rotations are a little bit longer than 18 seconds, though. So, you'll be able to get... like, if you don't have C6 Yonsan here and you swap out earlier because... you know, Yonsan buffs runs out a little lower, you don't necessarily lose that much DPS if it also allows you to do shorter rotations, right? It's only a real downside if you have to stay on Veresa because of your cooldowns after Yonsan's buff is over. Anyways, next question. Can you talk about R1 versus C1? Sure. Versus C1 isn't that good. So generally her R1 will be better, but her R1 doesn't have Eonzon and Chevre's banner. If you're looking for a guaranteed upgrade in X amount of primos, you're probably better off going for Sig. If that X amount of primos is higher, you can consider trying to go for C2 or 0 instead. Because in terms of like damage increase per primo gems, getting C2 and getting R1 are relatively similar, but obviously getting C2 is more expensive. Yeah, if you're gonna get one, I'd say it probably should be her Sig. If you're gonna get 2, it should probably be C2 without the Sig. If you're gonna get 3, probably C2 R1. Next question. Why should I use Prototype Amber on Veresa? I won't stop asking. Okay, fine. You shouldn't. It's not good. Veresa's a pretty decent healer if you put her on Proto Amber, but that wasn't the question. Why should I use Proto Amber on Veresa? That was the question. I'm reading it word for word. What? Yeah, because Veresa can use a mini burst, right? You get a mini burst that isn't tied to cooldowns, but is tied to animation times instead. You can basically proc it multiple times per rotation, so you get to heal a bunch, restore a bunch of energy as well. But the hit you take on your damage is way too much to be worth it. So it's not something I would ever recommend. Unless you just want to play co-op and have fun with Veresa, and your friends suck at the game. Next question. How much ER do you need? Okay, that's an interesting one. ER in Veresa is a little bit weird, because Veresa is not a character that needs her burst. Alright, Veresa's burst is good. But when you don't have the burst, you just end up swapping out earlier without doing the burst. And you don't actually lose that much DPS. Now, if you have it, you should use it. You should always use the mini burst when you have it, assuming your buffs are up. But she's not a character that is dependent on that burst usage to function, right? So she doesn't have strict energy requirements like Flynn's does, like, I mean, a character like Shao does, for example. I think that the best way to think about it is you should think of energy recharge as a stat that is effectively going to give you, over a long fight, like Incision Onslaught, a similar amount of damage as crit, but only conditionally. Because it only gives you that extra damage up until you have enough ER to burst every time you have an enhanced skill that allows you to. And there's a lot of situations where enemies drop extra particles or have periods where you can't do a lot of damage against them. And in the former, well, energy recharge stops being all that useful because you're getting a lot of particles anyway, so you end up having your mini burst even without it. And in the latter, you don't want to use your mini burst even if you have it, because you'd rather keep the energy for when the stall phase is over, when you can actually deal damage again. So the value of energy recharge tends to vary between basically flat attack and crit rate / crit damage, right? Personally, the build I run on Veressa has 116.8 ER. Generally, that's basically just enough to get to the breakpoints where I can use my first mini burst pretty comfortably. At 0 ER, I do sometimes feel a little awkward on the first rotation, getting that first mini burst. So I like having at least a tiny bit, but I never really feel like I need more. Technically, when you get a fuck ton of attack like you do against this current boss, you can consider going for an ER Sans, because it is actually useful, and the attack gets omega diluted. But that's a very, very unique thing to this Incision Onslaught. It's not something you should generally do. And the reason for that is because ER is only a good stat up until you have enough ER to burst whenever you do an enhanced skill. And a Sans kind of gives you too much ER. And at that point, you'll just end up having full energy. And a part of your ER is basically just going to be standing there doing nothing. Anyways, next question. Is the difference between Codex and her signature set that high, considering resin efficiency? Yes and no. I think that one of the nice things about Veressa is that she can use Codex, but I also think that if you end up getting Veressa, and using her a lot, for a lot of people, it will be worth farming a decent Long Night South. Part of that is because it tends to be really awkward for high investment builds not to overcap on crit rate with Codex. Which is an issue that Codex often has, right? Especially on characters whose Ascension stat is crit rate. Because once you get to like really high investment, you end up seeing like 35 to 45 crit value on most of your pieces. it starts becoming really difficult to have that amount of crit value without having a lot of that be crit rate. And if a lot of that is crit rate, you'll start just getting too much crit, right? I use Lost Prayers, which is a crit rate weapon, which is 33 crit rate. With Lost Prayers, I have exactly 100 crit, and I'm forced to use this circlet, which isn't a bad circlet, but because we're pretty saturated on attack, it's not that amazing either. And I can't even reroll that, because if it rolls more crit rate, it's going to be worse, because I'll just overcap. And I think the reality of the situation is that when you start running into potential crit rate overcap issues, it'll inherently make the quality of your build at high investment a bit lower. And because Long Night South allows you to kind of just avoid that, it doesn't take as much resin investment as just an artifact comparison of one set to another would imply for a Long Night South set to end up being better than a Codex set. That being said, this is for really high investment stuff, right? I'm talking about the sort of builds that will actually be able to C0R1 or C0R0 on shield content clear Dire. If you're not quite at high level at that high level of investment, you don't run into that issue with Codex, and at that point, you do not need to farm Long Night South, right? Like, say you've been playing the game for a year, you have a bunch of characters built, but you also have a bunch of characters that aren't fully built yet, a bunch of your talents that still need leveling. You're interested in some of the upcoming characters. Farming Long Night South should not be a high priority for you. Because the only issues with Codex only start showing up once your artifact quality on Codex is likely higher than what you actually have. Anyways, hopefully that was a helpful question. Or a helpful answer. Next question. Verissa versus Inefa for people who won't get Flynn's. I'd say that... I mean, okay. Getting Inefa by herself isn't that good. But getting Inefa plus Columbina, I think, is pretty valuable. If you're planning on getting Columbina, I'd say Inefa over Verissa. If you're not, I'm not sure. We've got a lot of Lunar Shill coming. So if you don't have any Nogcry stuff, maybe getting Inefa is still better, just so that you can deal with the Lunar Shill. Was the actual uptime on Codex crit for Verissa? Pretty much 100. Verissa's rotations are supposed to open the setup with a skill, which will give you your Fiery Passion skill state, which will make you have full Night Soul, which means that her actual like combo, the period of the rotation, that's her uptime. The very first thing you do is spend Night Soul. So the crit rate is basically full uptime. The biggest problem with Codex is actually not with the 4-piece, it's with the 2-piece. Because she keeps going in and out of Night Soul Blessing, there's a portion of her damage that isn't affected by the 2-piece. Anyways, next question. Are there situations where the big burst is worth using? Short answer, no. Even if you're given basically infinite energy, Verissa's big burst is such a long animation that it's just basically never worth using. Because you'll probably be doing more DPS just doing a manual fucking charge attack than using the big burst, even with infinite energy. I'm exaggerating it a little bit here, but not that much. Because you have to understand, right? The big burst straight up has a lower motion value than the mini burst, unless you are in Fiery Passion. And if you are in Fiery Passion, it means you have a special skill you can use. So the big burst, in order to do this 1000, has to replace skill plunge mini burst. And that does so much more than the big burst, with a fairly similar animation time. And if you don't have Fiery Passion, and you're at the 620, I mean, fuck, I mean, you can see that this number is a lot lower, right? It's just... Veresa's Big Burst is the worst part of her kit, both balance-wise and design-wise. This is something I've talked about in the Flynn's pre-release. I don't know if I've talked about it at any other time. But, like, what I like the most about Flynn's design, despite a lot of elements kind of feeling like they're just reused elements of other characters' kits, is that while he does have a mini burst that's better than his big burst isn't worthless. There are situations where you are supposed to use it. This Digital Onslaught is actually a great example of that, right? The stupid fucking, like, insane attack buff that you get makes it so that using mini burst during the part of the fight where the plunge boss doesn't let you jump higher and doesn't give you extra attack is a very inefficient use of energy. So you're kind of just supposed to not use it during that time and then build up your energy so you can do a big burst at the start of the second, like, jump phase. Anyways. But yeah, for Veresa, big burst is just not very good. Next question. For the 3 people like me who have C2 Xianyun and C2 Farina, is it similar / better compared to Overload? And by how much? It is better. Honestly, the biggest upside with Xianyun is that you get to fill out the extra time by doing actual jumps with plunges instead of having to use her really slow charge attack. Right? And the rest of Xianyun's kit is kind of just the cherry on top. I'm exaggerating a little bit because you actually get more from the, like, plunge buff than you get from the ability to jump, but anyways. Overall, I'm not sure exactly how far ahead it is, but it is ahead. That being said, for someone who doesn't have those C2s and is wondering about vertical investment on Veresa, it is not nearly as good to get constellations on Farina and Xianyun, especially if you don't have them, so you gotta get them to begin with on top, versus getting Veresa cons or sig. Right, if you're looking at vertical investment on Veresa, you're way better off going directly on her stuff. Anyways, next question. What does her damage profile look like? What talent would be the best to crown? That's an interesting question, because it can be a little bit confusing, I suppose. The best talent to crown is generally normal attack, then burst. The skill is pretty worthless to crown, but I ended up doing it when I was molding, like always being like 2% HP off in that dire clear against the Electrocharge Fatui guy. Yeah, skill talent levels pretty much don't matter at all. Normal attack talent, right? You can see a high plunge, which is what you get with the enhanced skill, is 550. Without the enhanced skill is 368. Burst, 724. But you're pretty much always gonna get at least one normal high plunge and one enhanced high plunge in between each instance of a mini burst. And just those two things is already more damage than the mini burst. So, normal attack talent, best, then mini, then burst, then skill, I guess. But you don't have to bother with that. Next question. If my two favorite teams are C2 Chaska Melt and C0 R1 Versa Overload, who should have Malika and who should have Durin? Well, it's not Chaska Melt if you're playing Durin. So I guess that'll answer your question. But in general, if you're wondering about Chaska and Versa, who should get Durin, who should get Malika? With C2 Chaska, you probably want Durin on the Chaska team. If it was C0, Chaska is a little so you probably want to get her ass carried by Malika. But I don't think you need to at C2. And I think the Durin team will have more synergy. And then Versa can use either of them. Anyways, next question. How good is R1 Versa as a brute forcer for future Stygian and Spiral Abysses? For Dire, don't even think about it. For Fearless, should be more than good enough. Alright. I think that's gonna be it for the Zajef Versa, because I'm seeing a lot of questions that are repeating themselves now. Overall, if I were to give the TLDW, I guess, of my thoughts on Versa as a whole, I don't think Versa is a character that I would generally recommend in general. I think there's quite a few situations where Versa is a good recommendation for an account, but she is very low in the list of priorities for new accounts to get. And I don't think she's quite powerful enough to justify blanket recommendation. But yeah, as usual, I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Wage business, chat. All right, chat. What's next? Is it time? The moment you've all been waiting for? We stare. We found. Speed. Please, speed. I need this. Holy. Furry and green, say. Moldy. Mold is furry, right? Kind of? I don't know. Uh, state known for its potatoes. Huh? I don't know. Like a faithful friend. Loyal? Had a beverage. Drank. Mild? Yolk? Wait, was it actually moldy? Did I... No shot, right? Okay. I think this is Idaho. I don't think... I mean, this is odors, yeah. There's not... Is there another state that's 5 letters? No way, right? So it has to be Idaho. Mossy. That makes sense. Saya. I see. I understand now. Okay. It's fine. It's kind of an ugly one, actually. Is that 30? You guys think? As if I was, like, gonna look at what you guys say. Maybe, like, 32. So that's, what, 238? Is what that would be if that's 32? I'm completely wrong. Oh. 243. Oh, that was 5 away. That's not that bad. It was 27, not 32. Eh. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. I don't know. Plastic memories. Well, GG. No fucking clue, man. Dude, this is not going well. I don't know this shit either. Dude, what is this? Oh no. Chad, this is not a good day. Okay, well, that's a Gundam show? Okay. I don't know about that, man. Okay. The fuck is this, bro? I did not know bro had a last name. I'm gonna be so for real with you guys right now. I mean, that's probably from one of those samurai shows. Hey, bet. Easy fucking clap. Easy fucking clap. That's Brock. I don't remember what his Japanese name is supposed to be, but I remember it's Brock. I don't know the other ones. I know I'm supposed to know this, but I don't. Takeshi. Okay, no, never mind. I wasn't supposed to know this. Okay. That's Pedal. And that's Osamatsu-san. No clue. Don't know. Oh, Totomatsu. Okay, my bad. I didn't know which one it was, man. Okay. Chat, I really thought this was their last name, not their first name. I think I'm an idiot, but it's fine, I guess. It is what it is. It's okay. Well, this is not going very well, chat. Anyways, help me out now. Okay. Actual good score. Not action, adventure, fantasy. Let's try maybe romance with a good score. Perhaps. Kaguya-sama. Sure. Let's try Kaguya-sama. Okay. Not romance, but comedy. Rated higher. Ooh, interesting. GTO is before 2002, right? Beelzebub. There's no shot Beelzebub is higher than 8.4. Psyche K. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be fantasy. That would be supernatural, right? Huge. It's not supernatural. Okay, they don't have... Okay, that's... Okay. I'm glad we didn't rule out supernatural before, because I would have thought it couldn't be Psyche K. VOD audio. Oh, yeah. Thank you. It's so good, I agree. It's a fucking banger. Alright. Don't know what this is. Hello? Why is it not loading? Okay, well, fuck you, I guess. No, it's fine. Trinity, yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that. Whatever. Okay. Okay. I don't know what this is, but it's a banger. What the hell? I don't know what this is called. We've had it a few times, though. School Rumble. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not even gonna try. Okay, yeah, I never would have fucking. Okay. Well, that was not a good day. Thank you, Psyche Gay, for saving the fuck out of me today. Holy. I saw comedy in Psyche, like the only comedy anime that's actually funny I know. Yeah, it's definitely up there. Love is War is kind of good. It's alright. I think the biggest issue with Love is War is that it's not even an issue. Love is War isn't that funny. It's like sometimes the purpose of a joke isn't to make you laugh, you know? Like you can still enjoy a joke without thinking it's that funny. And that's the vibe I get from Kaguya-sama. Like it's an enjoyable watch, but it doesn't make me laugh. Right? Psyche Game makes me fucking piss myself. Yeah, we can do the OST duel as well, sure. I'm not even gonna listen to the rest. Is this the one that goes? No, it's not. I thought it was that one. Fuck. Okay, well that's a very like desert coded. Yeah, okay. Very desert coded. Let the VOD watchers enjoy. My bad. I don't know, but I've learned from my mistakes last time. Okay, never mind. I have no clue what this is. I don't recognize this at all. I have no clue. What the hell? That doesn't sound like anything. Maybe it's a fucking summer event, man. Simulanka. Simulanka does not sound... Whatever. It... Okay, I've heard this, but I have no idea where this was from. Dude, where the fuck was this? I feel like it has to be Fontaine, though. What's a whale boss called? Whale's Whisper. I think that was a very wasted guess. I have no clue. I'm giving up. What was this? That's Natlan? Night Kingdom. Right. Right. How does that have to be Fontaine? It was like very depths coded. like depths of the sea coded, but I guess it was depths of the Night Kingdom instead. But like it's a similar vibe, you know? Well, rip the streak, I guess. It's fine. We can distract ourselves now. Sorry about that. Game category has been changed. Thank you very much. Okay, chat. Time to keep going. Alright. So, as a reminder for what happened last time. And not just as a reminder, but also for those of you who weren't here. We started our playthrough last time. We played for about 2 hours. And we got through the very beginning of the game. We met Flowey. My good friend Flowey. And just as we were having a nice and pleasant conversation with Flowey, who was feeling a little shy and a little lonely, Toriel came in and murdered Flowey. And I was very upset. And because of that, we took our revenge. We murdered Toriel as retaliation. And we are now here we are now. We met Sans, we met Papyrus. And unfortunately, the game did not allow me to be as nice to Papyrus as I wanted to be. I wanted to, like, let myself lose the electrocution puzzle. But the game didn't allow me to. Like, I just kept getting zapped and not losing HP. So, unfortunately, we had to beat him there. But, We've been pro Papyrus everywhere else. We actually stopped playing here because, you know, it's a note from Papyrus. Human, please enjoy the spaghetti. Little do you know, this spaghetti is a trap designed to entice you. You'll be so busy eating it that you won't realize that you aren't progressing. And in order to properly fall into Papyrus's trap, we ended our playthrough there. And we didn't progress for 2 days. I think that's gotta be enough for him to be satisfied with that trap. Anyways, it is now time for the story of clueless clay hyposelenia to continue. What do we got here? Warning, dog marriage? Oh, so that was for the his and hers earlier. I would love to see a dog marriage. There's a switch hidden in the snow. Click. Ho ho ho! Wait, can I use a stick now? You threw the stick and the dog ran to get it. You played fetch for a while. Lesser dog is barking excitedly. Do I still have the stick? I do. Huge. That's my goat. +7. Holy. Wait, the stick is so goated, actually. Can I... The switch is stuck now. Okay. What is that? Is that just a wall? That's just a wall. What do we got here? Oh. I think that was the hint for the thing I've discovered by accident, chat. I think that may have been the hint for what I discovered by accident. I just saw a conspicuous square and I pressed Z and it worked. Huge. Okay, but where's the dog marriage? These don't look like wedding clothes. What's that smell? Where is that smell? Oh yeah, wait. These guys only see things that are moving, right? If you're a smell, identify your smell. Here's that weird smell. It makes me want to eliminate. Eliminate you! Oh no. Nah, these guys have gotta be weak to the stick as well, right? Yeah. Take my wives, please. Wait. What the fuck? Wait, what? I mean, whatever. I'll take it. 40? Holy shit. I'm fucking rich. Thanks, weird smell. It sure was fun to stick together. Dude, the stick is actually so insane. What the fuck? Holy shit. Wait. My go to the stick. I'm so glad I realized I could do that and there were more dogs after. Okay, what's that? Turn every X into an O, then press the switch. Every X. Is there an X that's, like, hidden? What? How did you avoid my trap? And more importantly, is there any left for me? What do you tell Papyrus about his spaghetti? Wait, fuck. I want to tell him I ate some, but there's still a little bit left for you. But I can't. Fuck! Yeah, this is a lose-lose. What am I supposed to do? No! No, my baby! Papyrus, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna make you upset. I don't think I have a way out here. I think he cares more about the sense of achievement from entrapping me than he cares about the spaghetti. I'm gonna say I ate it. Really? Wow-wee. No one's ever enjoyed my cooking before. Holy. That was the right decision. Holy shit. Fret not, human! I, Master Chef Papyrus, will make you all the pasta you could ever want! Why is the nya at the end now? Nya. Okay. I feel like there's another X hidden somewhere. Okay, there might not be another X hidden somewhere. Maybe I'm just... I might just be paranoid here. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm overestimating the early puzzles in Undertale, actually. Papyrus! What? Human! how do I say this? You were taking a long time to arrive, so I decided to improve this puzzle by arranging the snow to look more like my face. Unfortunately, the snow froze to the ground. Now the solution is different. And as usual, my lazy brother is nowhere around. I suppose what I'm saying is, worry not, human. I, the great Papyrus, will solve this conundrum. Then we can both proceed. Meanwhile, feel free to try the puzzle yourself. I'll try not to give away the answer. Turn every X into an O, and press the switch. Okay, but like I don't want to take away his I don't want to win the puzzle, man. If you double walk on something, does it turn back into an X? I guess there's only one way to find out. Oh, what the fuck? That's not good. Help me, Papyrus. You want a hint, huh? Well, I've been looking at the puzzle, and I think the solution is to turn all the X's into O's. You should try that. Ask again for more great hints. Okay. So, what exactly am I actually supposed to do? Gotta do like this. Do I gotta go up here? Yeah, I gotta go up here, then go here, then this. But like, I feel like if I solve it too easily, he's gonna get upset. I don't want that. Damn it, Papyrus. Maybe solving the last puzzle again will help. Ask again for more great hints. Eureka! I figured out the puzzle! He's gonna say the same shit again, isn't he? You seem like you're having fun, though. Do you absolutely want the solution? Do you absolutely want the answer? Yes, I need your help, Papyrus. The solution is... Please imagine a drum roll in... No, this is not narration, this is Papyrus whispering. Please imagine a drum roll in your head. The tree over there has a switch on it! Check it out, Is he lying? I think it'll be really funny if he's lying. There's a switch on the trunk of this tree. Aww. I think it would have been funnier if he was lying. Wait, does the switch not do anything? I figured out the puzzle! Wait, is that just the same thing? Wow, you're truly a puzzle passioneer! I'm so enthused by your enthusiasm! You can do it, human! Okay, but like, I clicked on the switch. Did that do anything? No? Oh! I see. I understand. Oh, wow! You solved it! My advice helped! It really helped you! Incredible! I'm impressed! You must care about puzzles like I do! Well, I'm sure you'll love the next puzzle then. It might even be too easy for you. Hello, Sans. Good job on solving it so quickly. You didn't even need my help. Which is great, because I love doing absolutely nothing. Eh. Hey, it's the human. You're gonna love this puzzle. It was made by the great Dr. Alphys. You see these tiles? Once I throw this switch, they will begin to change color. Each color has a different function. Red tiles are impossible. You cannot walk on them. Yellow tiles are electric. They will electrocute you. Green tiles are alarm tiles. If you step on them, you will have to fight a monster. Is the mic that bad? Fuck. Do I need to figure this out? It's getting a lot. It's entertaining. Well, as long as it's entertaining, I guess. Orange tiles are orange scented. They will make you smell delicious. I don't know if I want that. Blue tiles are water tiles. Swim through if you like, but if you smell like oranges, the piranhas will bite you. Also, if the blue tile is next to a yellow tile, the water will also zap you. Purple tiles are slippery. You will slide to the next tile. However, the slippery soap smells like lemons, which piranhas do not like. Purple and blue are okay. Finally, pink tiles. They don't do anything. Step on them all you like. How was that? Understand? So I did not memorize any of this? So let's fail spectacularly. Great! Then there's one last thing. This puzzle is entirely random! When I pull this switch, it will make a puzzle. I've never been seen before. Not even I will know the solution. Is it just gonna be all pink? No. Oh, maybe? I feel like it's gonna be all pink. Yeah. Yeah, okay. What's the red again? Impossible wall? Damn. The machine isn't working. Poor Papyrus, man. Actually, that spaghetti from earlier, it wasn't too bad for my brother. Since he started cooking lessons, he's been improving a lot. I bet if he keeps up, next year he'll even make something edible. Aware of dog? Please pet dog. On the floor inside is a box of palm raisins. Huh. This dog is staring blankly into the snow, waiting for it to turn into art. Can I do something about that? No. Damn. How do I pet the dog, man? I can't pet the dog. Knowing that dog will never give up trying to make the perfect snow dog, it fills you with determination. Is that like a Christmas sweater or something? That dog considers itself an artist, but doesn't ever know what to create. It probably doesn't help that its brain is the size of a piece of kibble. What the fuck is kibble? Poor dog. Cursor? Oh, my bad. This kind of looks like a place I can go. Okay, never mind. That's so cute! It's a snow papyrus! It's a lump of snow with the word sans written on it in red marker. You can use red marker to write on snow? That's crazy. Okay, how am I supposed to do this? Like this, right? Yeah. Holy. What? I'm gonna spam Z, maybe there's something. What? Why is there a fucking house on my head? Well, okay. Sans is over here. What's over here? Woof. What a tiny doghouse. Oh, he's so cute! He's so cute! Look at him! Look at him! He's so cute! What the fuck? Anyways, plus 40. Stick strats are broken. No, don't leave! I want to pet you! Can I do anything about these? It's a snowpaw. And this is a snowpaw. This, however, is a snowpaw. Surprisingly, it's a snowpaw. Snowpaw. Is it really a snowpaw? Behold, a snowpaw. Eh? There's 30 gold inside this? Did I take it? I don't know if I took it. Wait, is this like infinitely farmable? Okay, what's the best, like, probably here? No. I think you can only get it once. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. Okay, I'm the type of person who likes, like, going around everywhere before going where I'm supposed to. Which I'm sure, like, is how most people play. But I feel like that's where I'm supposed to go, so I think I should go talk to... Oh. Well, my fucking bad, I guess. That looks a lot better. You can't improve on perfection? That's a good point, honestly. Maybe we undecorate? Bro, can I... If I undecorate again? That's a little better. Oh, he likes it. I said he, but I don't know if it's a he. What does it say? It's slightly less irritated. You remove a childhood photograph of Snowdrake and his parents. That's a little better. Remove a small, confused dog. A what? Wait, does that mean I could have used the stick? No. Okay. Damn. Alright, well, it is what it is. Only 20? Damn. What a disappointment this is. What is this? What the frick? It's a door. I can see that. Okay. I can't throw myself off the bridge. GG. Human! This is your final and most dangerous challenge! Behold! The gauntlet of deadly terror! Chat, what's the scariest one? I think it's the dog. When I say the word, it will fully activate! Cannons will fire, spikes will swing, blades will slice. Each part will swing violently up and down. Only the tiniest chance of victory will remain. My throat is starting to hurt. I don't think I can keep going with this. Are you ready? Because I am about to do it. Yep, I'm waiting. Well, what's the holdup? Hold up? What hold up? I'm about to activate it now. Take your time, Papyrus. That's okay. That, doesn't look very activated. Well, this challenge, it seems maybe too easy to defeat the human with. Yeah, I can't use this one. I am a skeleton with standards. Dogs are way too powerful in Undertale / Deltarune. So in other words, the stick is the best item in the game? Bet. My puzzles are very fair, and my traps are expertly cooked. But this method is too direct, no class at all. Away it goes. No, the dog! No, the dog! Phew. What are you looking at? This was another decisive victory for Papyrus. I'll do the laugh at least. I don't know what my brother's going to do now. If I were you, I'd make sure I understand blue attacks. Oh yeah, the ones where you don't move. Okay. Welcome to Snowden. Town. The town is that's not actually there. The sight of such a friendly town fills you with determination. Okay. Yeah, what's in the box again? Nothing. Okay. Should I put the snowman piece in the box, actually? I'm down. Hello, traveler. Potion seller. Please tell me this NPC has potions. She doesn't let me sell, huh? That's crazy. Maybe if I kept the snowman piece. Tell me about your life, NPC who's probably a bunny? Life is the same as usual. A little claustrophobic, but we all know deep down that freedom is coming, don't we? As long as we've got that hope, we can grit our teeth and face the same struggles day after day. That's life, ain't it? So true. Think back to your history class. A long time ago, monsters lived in the ruins back there in the forest. Long story short, we all decided to leave the ruins and head for the end of the caverns. Along the way, some fuzzy folk decided they liked the cold and set up camp in Snowden. Oh, and don't think about trying to explore the ruins. The door's been locked for ages. Oh, is that the door we looked at earlier, or is that a different door? So unless you're a ghost or can burrow under the door, forget about it. We do have a ghost friend. We came out of it. Oh, I see. That makes sense. You want to know what to do here in Snowden? Grillby's has food, and the library has information. If you're tired, you can take a nap at the inn. It's right next door. My sister runs it. And if you're bored, you can sit outside and watch those wacky skeletons do their thing. There's 2 of them. Brothers, I think. They just showed up one day and, asserted themselves. The town's gotten a lot more interesting since then. Hiya. Welcome to Snowden. Can't remember the last time I saw a fresh face around here. Where'd you come from? The capital? You don't look like a tourist. Are you here by yourself? Should I buy the manly bandana? What's my armor right now? Oops. Faded ribbon with 1 defense. So the manly bandana would be an upgrade. Although, the only enemy I've fought so far has been Toriel, so I don't know if it's a necessary upgrade. We have the money, man. We have the money. Let's get the bandana. The fact that it says it has abs on it kind of makes me think that there's gonna be an NPC later that's like a muscle head, and he's like, "I'll help. I'll do something for you if you impress me with your manliness." So I just gained a lot of defense here. That's fine. Let's look at the inn, I guess. That's her sister. I'm not allowed to go upstairs. Damn. Can't just break into people's homes. Mom says that sleeping can recover your health above your maximum HP. What's maximum HP? Welcome to Snowed Inn. Snowdin's premier hotel. One night is Jesus fucking Christ. Let's calm down here, shall we? What the hell? I get that you need to make a profit with inflation and all, but isn't that a little too expensive? Don't want to walk to the other side of town? Try the Undersnow tunnels. They're efficiently laid out. That lady over there, something about her disturbs me. Isn't my little Cinnamon just the cutest? Bonbons are so adorable. Is that her child? Is she bringing her child outside on a leash? Is that normal around here? Awful teens tormented a local monster by decorating its tree-like horns. So we started giving that monster presents to make it feel better. Now it's a tradition to put presents underneath a decorated tree. Oh, can I take the presents? It's a carefully decorated tree. Some of the presents are addressed from Santa to various locals. Can I steal them? Yo, you're a kid too, right? I can tell, because you're wearing a striped shirt. I'm actually wearing a manly bandana, and I would appreciate it if you recognized that, actually. This town doesn't have... This town doesn't have a mayor. But if there's ever a problem, a skeleton will tell the fish lady about it. That's politics. Shit, there's cops here. Run. Everyone's always laughing and cracking jokes, trying to forget our modern crises. Dreariness, crowding, lack of sunlight. I would join them, but I'm just not very funny. We all know the underground has problems, but we smile anyway. Why? We can't do anything, so why be morose about it? Okay, let's go see what the cops have to say. It's playing poker against itself. It appears to be losing. My goat. I put out a line for some girls today. Someone told me that there are plenty of fish in the sea. Well, I'm taking that seriously. Is that the one who that's the number I wanted to get. Holy fuck. Chad. That's him. Holy. I'm literally gonna make out with a fish. Those dogs are part of the Royal Guard, the elite military group led by Undyne. She's rude, loud, and beats up everybody who gets in her way. It's no wonder all the kids want to be like her when they grow up. Dot 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 dot. Grills said that he'd offer you a glass of water, but he doesn't touch the stuff. The capital's getting pretty crowded, so I've heard they're gonna start moving here. I don't want to see the erasure of our local culture, but I definitely want to see some city slickers slip onto their butts. Okay. The jukebox is broken. No matter where I go, it's the same menu, the same people. Hell, I want new drinks and... Oh, guys! Don't we all? I guess the bartender's kind of... hot. Get it? Because he's like a flame. Wait, that's my goat, the allergic to movement guy, right? I'm thinking of getting a spiked collar to show off my personality. It makes a statement like, attach a leash to me and take me on for a walk, please. Let's go walkies. No, I think it's a different one. It's just the same model. Is it farting? We're sentries, but we never get any respect. I wish the skeletons would throw us a bone. We love bones. You better watch where you sit down in here, kid. Because the big guy will jump onto your lap and give you lots of love and affection. Damn. The library for knowledge. I think that's the place where you're supposed to go here. Okay, that looks very conspicuous, so maybe not. Unread junk mail. Can't look inside the window. What's this? It's a shed. It's locked from the inside. Damn. Can I knock? It's locked. I mean, cool, but I want to knock. Let's play monsters and humans. Ah, to be young again. The world sure felt boundless. You aren't gonna make me be the human again, are ya? Oh, what a beautiful knock. Maybe if I don't answer, I'll hear it again. Ah, my patience rewards me. Okay, I think he's just gonna keep saying ah. Oh. Can I distract him? No, I can't. Damn. That look in your eye. You're someone that has difficulty solving Junior Jumble, aren't you? How did you know? Welcome to the library. Yes, we know. The sign is misspelled, is it? Library, I see. I love working on the newspaper. This is like... I love Refrigerator's core. There's so little to report that we just fill it with comics and games. Cough, cough. When I was younger, back in my day, my teachers gave me word searches when they ran out of assignments. I thought they were a waste of time, but look at me now. I'm the #1 word search creator in the entire underground. It's a school report about monster funerals. Monster funerals, technically speaking, are cool as heck. When monsters get old and kick the bucket, they turn into dust. At funerals, we take that dust and spread it onto that person's favorite thing. Then their essence will live on in that thing. Am I at the page minimum yet? I'm kinda sick of writing this. While monsters are mostly made of magic, human beings are mostly made of water. Oh, so magic is a physical thing. That's cool. Humans with their physical forms are far stronger than us. Okay, never mind. Monsters aren't a physical thing at all. So magic isn't physical either. Cool, I guess. But they will never know the joy of expressing themselves through magic. They'll never get a bullet pattern birthday card. Here I am, writing this book. The person comes in and picks up the book. They start reading it. Oh, sorry. I'm still writing that one. Because they're made of magic, monsters' bodies are attuned to their soul. So does that mean that my body isn't attuned to my soul? If a monster doesn't want to fight, its defenses will weaken. And the crueler the intentions of our enemies, the more their attacks will hurt us. Well, I'm not a cruel person. Therefore, if a being with a powerful soul is struck with the desire to kill, let's end this chapter here. Toriel. Toriel was a murderer. She deserved it. Monster History Part 4. Fearing the humans no longer, we moved out of our old city, home. We braved harsh cold, damp swampland, and searing heat, until we reached what we now called our capital, New Home. Again, our king is really bad at names. Can I... Love, hope, compassion, this is what people say monster souls are made of. But the absolute nature of soul is unknown. After all, humans have proven their souls don't need these things to exist. Okay. Is this a ladder to go up? No, okay. Is this a ladder to pick up the books? I'm kind of disappointed. I was expecting more out of the library. Okay, I should see if there's a thing inside here. Okay, I don't think there is. I'm getting dizzy. Okay, I'll do it again, but this time. Wait, should I go to the inn? Should I sleep? No, I don't want to sleep. I'm not tired yet. Maybe later. Ooh, it's the rock! Or the ice, not the rock. What the hell? Oh my god. What exactly is that suspiciously papyrus-shaped individual doing there? Human. Allow me to tell you about some complex feelings. Feelings like the joy of finding another pasta lover. The admiration for another's puzzle-solving skills. The desire to have a cool, smart third person think you are cool. I think you are cool, Papyrus. You're more than just cool, too. You're lovely as well. These feelings, they must be what you are feeling right now. I can hardly imagine what it must be like to feel that way. That's okay, Papyrus. I understand. After all, I am very great. I don't ever wonder what having lots of friends is like. I pity you, lonely human. Worry not. You shall be lonely no longer. I, the great Papyrus— It was Papyrus?! Oh shit. Will be your... No. No. This is all wrong. I can't be your friend. You are a human. I must capture you. Then I can fulfill my lifelong dream. Powerful, popular, prestigious. That's Papyrus, the newest member of the Royal Guard. No. Wait, do you guys think he likes the steak too? He's kind of dog-coated. Yep. I knew it. Like, of course there's an interaction with a steak. What the? That's not gonna be enough, right? Yeah. Can I do it again? Is that gonna be different? I don't think so. Yeah, that's just the same thing. So, I don't want to flirt with him, because we don't have that kind of relationship, but I also don't want to insult him, because he doesn't deserve that sort of behavior. So I guess I'll just check. He likes to say... Like, I'm pretty sure I can't do that, right? Oh, I can do that. What? Oh. You're blue now. That's my attack. You're blue now. Bad. Behold! Papyrus is cackling. How high can you jump? Oops. I'll try this again. Hold up longer to jump higher, geez. Like, I don't want to hit him, man. What? Okay, don't know about that, man. I looked away, man. I wasn't ready for that one. Oh, fuck. My brother will... well, he won't change very much. Papyrus is preparing a bone attack again. I'll have lots of admirers, but... aw, I'm bad. How will I know if people sincerely like me? Whoa, what the fuck? No, I wasn't expecting that one. Papyrus is preparing a bone attack again. How many times do I need to spare his ass? Listen, Papyrus, I love you and all, but why are my only options to spare you, to flirt with you, or to insult you? Someone like you is really rare. I don't think they'll let you go. Smells like bones. After you're captured and sent away. What? No! Who cares? Give up! Bro, this game is hard for me, man. Holy shit. Give up or face my special attack! I am a fucking idiot. I jumped into it. Papyrus is considering his options. Yeah, very soon I will use my special attack. Not too long, and I will use that special attack. I fucked up. Chad, I'm running out of HP, man. This is your last chance before my special attack. Behold, my special attack! What the fuck is that? What the heck? That's my special attack! Hey, you stupid dog! Do you hear me? Stop munching on that bone! Hey, what are you doing? Come back here with my special attack! ... Oh well. I'll just use a really cool regular attack. Wait, there was a dog there. Ah, whatever. Here's an absolutely normal attack. Oh my god. What the f- okay. Bro, what? That's not a normal fucking attack! What the hell? What do you mean that's a normal ass attack? Ah! Cool. Dude. Oh, what? Whoa, whoa! 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 What the fuck, man? I'm scared. That's scary as fuck, man. Okay. Something's gonna happen with that. I don't trust it. Or not? Well, it's clear. You can't defeat me! Yeah, I can see you shaking in your boot. I am shaking. I have 5 HP, man. Therefore, I, the great Papyrus, elect to grant you pity. Let's go. I will spare you, human. Now's your chance to accept my mercy. Yes? I can't even stop someone as weak as you. Undyne's gonna be disappointed in me. Never joined the Royal Guard, and my friend quantity will remain stagnant. What should you say? What the fuck? Why is this an option? Nah. That's crazy, man. If it was Genshin, you'd pick that. Genshin doesn't have characters like Papyrus. Let's be friends. Really? You want to be friends with me? Well then, I guess I can make an allowance for you. Wow! I have friends! And who knew that all I needed to make them was to give people awful puzzles and then fight them? You taught me a lot, human. I hereby grant you permission to pass through. And I'll give you directions to the surface. Continue forward until you reach the end of the cavern. Then, when you reach the capital, cross the barrier. That's the magical seal trapping us all underground. Anything can enter through it, but nothing can exit. Except someone with a powerful soul. Like you! That's why the king wants to acquire a human. He wants to open the barrier with soul power. Then us monsters can return to the surface. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. To reach the exit, you will have to pass through the king's castle. The king of all monsters. Is that Asgore or is that Undyne? He is, well, he's a big fuzzy pushover. Okay, so that's not Undyne. Everybody loves that guy. I am certain if you just say, "Excuse me, Mr. Dreamer." Oh, it's neither of them. Can I please go home? He'll guide you right to the barrier himself. Anyway, that's enough talking. I'll be at home being a cool friend. Feel free to come by and hang out. How is he doing that? What the fuck? How did he do that? How the fuck did he do that, man? What? How did he do that? Where's his house? Is that his house? Oh, wait, so... Wait, no, that's very strange. So, like, is this supposed to be Sans' mailbox and this is Papyrus's? So you came back to see me. Of course I did, Papyrus. You must be really serious about this. I'll have to take you someplace really special. A place I like to spend a lot of time. Oh? My house! What's that? This is my brother's pet rock. He always forgets to feed it. As usual, I have to take responsibility. The rock is covered in sprinkles. Is that the kitchen? Oh. My brother always goes out to eat, but recently he tried baking something. It was like a quiche, but filled with a sugary non-egg substance. How absurd! Impressed? I increased the height of my sink. Holy shit, that's insane. He's the goat. What the fuck? Now I can fit more bones under it. Take a look-see. That's a special attack. Catch that meddling canine. Curses. That was really rude of Sans. Stop plaguing my life with incidental music. Wait, let's go catch the dog. We gotta go catch the dog. Where did the dog go? Doggy! Doggy, where are you? I don't think he's going. He's that way. Doggy! Doggy! Where did you go? Doggy! I don't think I'm gonna find the dog. Where the fuck did the dog go, man? Whatever, man. I'm sorry, Papyrus. I couldn't catch the dog. I apologize. Welcome to scenic my house. Enjoy and take your time. Oh, I think he forgot. It's a jukebox. Take a look inside. Yes. Inside the joke book, not jukebox. I'm an idiot. Inside the joke book was a quantum physics book. You look inside. Inside the quantum physics book was another joke book. You look inside. There's another quantum physics book. You decide to stop. I see. Forget it. Aha! Interested in my food museum? Please, peruse my culinary art show. Half the fridge is filled with containers, all labeled spaghetti. The other half contains nothing but an empty bag of chips. Can I have some spaghetti? That's the trash can. Feel free to visit it anytime. Okay. Oh, it's my favorite game show. It says, stay tuned for a new program, MTT. What? It's usually better than this. This is just a bad episode. Don't judge me. It's a dirty sock with a series of notes on it. Sans, please pick up your sock. Okay. Don't put it back down. Move it. Okay. You moved it 2 inches. Move it to your room. Okay. And don't bring it back. Okay. It's still here. Didn't you just say not to bring it back to my room? Forget it. That's my room. If you finish looking around, we could go in and hang out like a pair of very cool friends. Yeah, let's do that. Holy shit, man. That's a sick looking bed. Holy fuck. Why is there a door? Is that a door to outside? Hey, those are all the attacks I used on you. Great memories, huh? Seems like it was only yesterday. Even though it basically just happened. That's a closet? But that's not a closet. The window is right here. This can't be a closet. Like that's already an outside wall. That's my bed. If I ever get to the surface, I'd like to drive down a long highway. Wind in my hair, sun on my skin. Of course, that's just a dream. So instead I cruise while I snooze. Ah, yes, action figures. A great reference for the theoretical battle scenarios. How do I have so many? Well, let's just say they're from a chubby, smiling man who loves to surprise people. Yeah, that's right. Santa. That book's one of my favorites. Advanced Puzzle Constriction for Critical Minds. The next book's another one of my favorites. Peekaboo with Fluffy Bunny. The ending always gets me. The internet. I'm quite popular there. I'm just a dozen away from a double-digit follower count. Of course, fame has a steep price. A jealous troll has besieged my online persona, always sending me bad puns in a goofy font. There are no skeletons inside my closet, except me sometimes. Look inside the closet? Yes. Clothes are hung up neatly inside. Nice. So, if you've seen everything, you want to start hanging out? Begin the hangouts. Okay, let's hang. Let's hang 10. What? Oh, what? I've actually never done this before. But don't worry. You can't spell prepared without several letters from my name. I snagged an official Hangout guidebook from the library. We're ready to have a great time. Let's see. Step 1. Press the C key on your keyboard for Friendship HUD. Whoa! Wowee! I feel so informed. Why is there a crime graph? I think we're ready for step 2. Step 2, ask them to hang out. Human. I, the great papyrus, will hang out with you. What kind of evil fucking loser would say no here? Really? Wow! I guess that means that's time for part 3. Step 3, put on nice clothes to show you care. Wait a second. Wear clothing? That bandana around your head. You're wearing clothing right now. Not only that, earlier today, you were also wearing clothing. No. Could it be? You've wanted to hang out with me from the very beginning? Yes! Holy shit, look at his face. Holy fuck. Wait. Dude, I'm so fucking glad I bought this bandana. Holy fuck. Look at how I've never, dude. Holy. Yeah, he's doing holy right now. Holy. Holy. No, you planned it all. You're way better at hanging out than I am. No, your friendship power. Don't think you've bested me yet. I, the great papyrus. Sure you can, bud. I've never been beaten at hanging out, and I never will. I can easily keep up with you. You see, I, too, can wear clothing. In fact, I always wear my special clothes underneath my regular clothes, just in case someone wants to hang out. Behold. Cool dude. What do you think of my secret style? I love it. No! A genuine compliment! No, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to go back to the other holy. It's not, like, clear enough. It doesn't, like, it's too, yeah. 07. Holy shit, chat. I'm being his friend so hard right now. I don't know if he's gonna be able to keep up. You don't truly understand the hidden power of this outfit. Therefore, what you just said is invalid. This hangout won't escalate any further, unless you find my secret. But that won't happen. Move and inspect with Z. It's probably something about him being a cool dude. This shirt didn't originally say cool, but I improved it. Expert tip, all clothing articles can be improved this way. That's true. I see. You like caressing my biceps with a floating heart. Well, who doesn't? Okay. My hat? Well then, you found my secret. I suppose I have no choice. It's a present. A present just for you. Is that spaghetti? Oh, Chai, he gave me spaghetti. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Right, but oh so wrong. It wasn't spaghetti? This ain't any plain old pasta. This is an artisan's work. Silken spaghetti. Finely aged in an oaken cask, then cooked by me, Master Chef Papyrus. Human, it's time to end this. There's no way this can go any further. I will eat it, 100%. You take a small bite. Your face reflexively scrunches up. The taste is indescribable. What a passionate expression. You must really love my cooking. And by extension, me. Maybe even more than I do. Ah! Ah! No! Human. It's clear now. You're completely obsessed with me. Everything you do, everything you say. It's all been for my sake. Human. I want you to be happy too. It's time for me to express my feelings. It's time that I told you. I, Papyrus. Well, I'm flattered you care so much. But maybe cool it a little bit. You are a very nice person. I'm glad we're friends, but I think you can reach your max potential if you live more for your own sake rather than just for mine. Hey, I know the solution. You should hang out with my boss, Undyne. I think if you spread your friend energy out more, you'll have a more healthy lifestyle. Yeah, let's be friends with Undyne. I don't know about that, man. Oh, and if you ever need to reach me, here's my phone number. Chat. Can I get a W Riz in the chat? I just got Papyrus's phone number. You can call me anytime. Platonically. Well, gotta go. Oops. Wow, it only took you 4 seconds to call me. Cursor, my bad. You must be very desperate for my help. Well, do not fear, this is Papyrus's Hotful helpline. Just describe your location, and I will describe some hot tips. So, where are you? ... You're still in my room? ... You heard of something called a door? Wait, don't worry. I'll draw a diagram for you. Where's the diagram? Hold up! I'm still drawing! Okay. Alright, let's give him a little bit. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, I'm back. I hope he's had enough time to draw it. Hold up, I'm still drawing. Oh. Chat. We might have to wait until he's done drawing. Damn. Well, like, you know what that means, chat? Let's not rush him. Alright, good moment to end stream, right? Get well soon, Lud. We've reached 200 minutes. I hope you all enjoyed the Undertale today. We will keep going next time. And is there I don't